So we're playing against the mono white tokens. We have a pretty good hand against them, actually. Double Hopeless Nightmare is really good. Just burn them out of cards as quick as we can. Do need to find like a temp lockdown or something so we can start getting real advantage. Pixie's not bad either. Let's Hopeless Nightmare them first so they don't know we have a Pixie. We're going to draw a card in response. They don't want to just... So the last two cards in their hand they don't want to get rid of. It's good to know. Overlord of the Hauntwood, or Mistmores. I wonder if they drew another Overlord, because I don't feel like that's one they would have discarded if they didn't have a second one in hand. Or they found, like, Caretaker's Talent or Enduring Innocence. Rude. Left that one on top, huh? Let's take the board, shall we? Beza? Okay. Let's go ahead and Tithing Blade. Drew another Hopeless Nightmare. Take the last card out of their hand. So here, in their draw step, we could lock them out of drawing a card. So we let them draw in the draw step. We scroll shift the temp lockdown. Can't believe they left Demolition Field on top. This seems like a real weird card to leave on top of their deck. But we'll do the same thing here. Let them draw, scroll shift again. And now we're a Pixie or a Scroll Shift or which Talisman, which Claw Talisman. Bunch of different cards have. We ever lethal here? This town ain't big enough. Also lethal. Don't want them to be able to gain any life, so we'll go ahead and just tag this thing now. We're going to start drawing a bunch of cards. We do have a lot of... not a lot of time, but enough time to hopefully be able to find it out here. Thundertrap Trainer would be a good draw. Storm Chase's Talent will let us immediately pick back up, but this town ain't big enough because I think we have it in our graveyard. We need to find something other than lands here. And 10 blockdowns. Oh, they're drawing a lot of carrot cakes. Oh, the 4th carrot cake? 3rd carrot cake, okay. If we would have been able to keep our Pixie and have it under the lockdown, we would have been able to win this game pretty easily too. Then we could have been bouncing our lockdown when it came back in. Extra triggers. Let them not gain a bunch of life. Well, the end is not a particularly strong draw. Does allow us to take out Enduring Innocence though, if they draw another one. That was a pretty good draw. Talent 3, 6, 9, 12. Oh, this is really bad if they would get lost. So I'm probably supposed to cast this. If they would get lost, they can kill it when we activate it. Should have played this first and then played this, I think. Well, we already decided this is what we're doing. There's a Beza. We can gain 4 life. So I do want to the Enduring Innocence. Are they playing 2 Enduring Innocence? What's their deck? Oh no. It's their graveyard. Library. There it is. Okay. Full 4 Caretaker's Talent. Ossifications. Okay. Split up in Sunfall in their hand. Blink this now. They discard 3 and they lose their Beza. There's the talent. Alright, that'll do it. Definitely want the exercise. Probably get lost. Nowhere to runs are pretty bad. I don't mind the tithing blade because it's a way to get rid of Bezas. Do like having the end. Probably a Witch Claw Talisman matchup. Could be a Jace matchup too if we wanted it. I don't think this matchup's too bad. I don't know if we actually need the Jace. Probably better than the 4th Prophetic Prism. Sand seems great. Let's do it. We have a Witch Claw Talisman to go find us our Temple Lockdown when we need it. This hand seems real strong to start with, at least. You leave my poor otter alone. Okay. We'll just have like a pretty decent aggro start. It's nice this deck can still do this, just have like the nice aggressive start. There's the Enduring Innocence. Hopeless Nightmare. Start with Hopeless Nightmare. Tag a card from them, play Wish Claw Talisman, attack with our Otters and Pixie. Next turn, we can Wish Claw Talisman to go find a Temp Lockdown if we want to. The talent. We also could just be aggressive here. Go ahead and Jace. I think I like Jace plus on the Enduring Innocence and attack for 6. That's what I like here. Then we have Witchclaw Talisman to go find Enduring Innocence, or not Enduring Innocence, but Temp Lockdown. That is fine with me. That is really aggressive when I have a 2-power flyer in play. And you're at 4. Okay, lay down arms. Makes sense. Well, we have an untapped land, so we just have lethal here with blinking Hopeless Nightmare and finding another Hopeless Nightmare with this. Just make sure we tap right. Alright, another win. I like it. This deck is fun, and I love it. Still need to play around to the sideboard a bunch, but I think adding the Witchclaw Talisman to the main was nice. I think so far I like what it's doing. Like to play first. Sand is fine. It's missing like one of our 2 1-mana enchantments to do things, but we have a Thunder Trap Trainer we can bounce to try to find stuff as well. See if Thunder Trap can find us something here. Oof. Looks like it's probably the Tolarian Terror deck. Deck for 1. Pixie. Cash grab, we'll pick up probably the Storm Chaser's talent unless I need a 3rd land. Yep. Still don't have black mana for the Nowhere to Run. There's the talent. Been whacked. Double Hopeless Nightmare is not terrible. Fortunately, our temp lockdowns do not do good things against Delirium Terrors and crabs. I want to have this in play to grab with our temp lockdown. There is a terror and a terror. Play the Hopeless Nightmare. Discard of this town ain't big enough. I wonder if that means they have a crab in hand, trying to put as much pressure on us as they can. I think we're just blocking the crabs and bouncing our stuff. Or bouncing the terrors and picking up our creatures. Bounce those two. This matchup seems not particularly great since our main game plan is not very good against their game plan. Get Rest in Peace post board. Just need to make sure we can keep enough tokens in play that we don't die to these terrors. Or if we can get like 2 Nowhere to Runs in play at the same time so we can keep bouncing them the temp lockdown to kill their things. Like another way we can get rid of them. Tithing Blade would be a good one to have. I forget, this town ain't big enough. If that was a white source, we could have 8 both the cards out of their hand. Start with this. Probably better to play this after so we'd have a jump blocker. Just to try and get value out of it. Probably would have been better. We have double nowhere to run now. Let's pick up our temple lock down. We take 2 cards out of their hand. Nowhere to run this town ain't big enough. Some of the last cards probably just a crab and we're dead. There's no 1-mana thing we can get that can save us from a crab, and then they get their Wishclaw Talisman anyway, so I think we're just passing and hoping that it's not crab in their hand. Please do not have a giant crab in your hand. I'm starting to think it's not crab, or they would have just slammed it and killed me, so. Interesting. Resolves, I guess. Nice. What'd you play? Did you play like the normal Esper Pixies list? Play it more like a Kaito version, or? Double nowhere to run. We'll finish off this Tolarian Terror, and we'll see where we can go from there. The promo for this Store Championships is like the Void Winter War, right? If this town ain't big enough, pick those 2 things back up. They must have had a list. They must have drawn the crab for turn. Had this town ain't big enough in hand. I go to 1, which is not very many. If we draw this town ain't big enough, we could have lived here. Otherwise, what can we do here? I didn't know I had to look it up. What on Earth Sweet? Yeah, Urza Saga promo was so sick. They gave that out last time. I believe we were just dead. I do not believe there's anything I can Wishclaw Talisman for to save my bacon here. I guess I could wish... The problem is giving them a Wishclaw Talisman the next turn, I think, just leaves us dead. Talisman 3. Alright, I think we're just dead here. I guess technically we're not dead. We can block, and then block this with the Restless Fortress. We're not drawing to anything then, right? Sleight of hand isn't lethal on its own. Great song. Like the Tenacious D a lot. Critters under the bus. What is this? Ooh.
A little bit of Bailey's.
Okay.
It's the Starbucks one.
Thank you. Think it's important for us to keep our land alive?
Tell me if it needs milk or anything.
That's really good.
Okay.
Thank you.
More Bailey's.
Huh?
More Bailey's.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. More terror. More dead. Talisman plus... Oh, man. Do a talisman plus grab a pixie. Pixie kills a critter, takes a card out of their hand, puts them to 4. Man, we're actually like closer to being able to stabilize out of this than I feel like we should be able to. Kill one of those. I have a pixie to block. I know, right? Very brave. Probably want to get lost. Exercise, also pretty reasonable. Wishclaw Talisman's probably fine as well. Probably don't need the Coveted Falcon. Honestly, the nowhere runs are pretty terrible. Probably cut on a Prism. I don't... Actually, probably just cut on a Lockdown, even though it's like the piece that we need to really push the game through. Could just ditch all of our lockdowns. Like play Overlord of the Mistmoors, Jace. I don't think that's right though. I think it's pretty good. Let's do it. Start off into talent. Deck for 2. Next turn we can Wishclaw Talisman if we want to go get a Rest in Peace and then cast Temp Block down. They could cast a Terror here. There's the Terror. They're going to be able to get their Terror down this turn is kind of rough for us. This is it worth it just to one-shot their graveyard right now and then let them have an activation of Wishclaw Talisman? So even if they blow up our Rest in Peace, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's like obnoxious, but not the end of the world. I think that's what we're supposed to do. Giving opponent Demonic Tutor is not exactly what I'll be doing, but... I'm assuming they have to find something to get rid of Rest in Peace here. They could have just went like gotten up the Beanstalk, I guess. Try to play the long game. Definitely chump blocking. We want to keep our life total as high as possible. Temp block down. There's the Terror Sunder. That's fine. Spec lockdown back up. Pass. We can't put any more terrors or stuff into play unless they have a good cash grab. Whacking my Pixie. It's kind of rude. It's also kind of rude. Found a scroll shift, huh? So... Target these two. Activate this with the trigger on the stack, or with this town ain't big enough on the stack. And a tithing blade. We have to do it that way, or we can respond to the activation of the Wishclaw Talisman. That way it's still targeting our permanent when it's on our side of the field. When you pick up a Terra Sunder, they can tear our Tithing Blade. Probably what they're supposed to do. I suppose now we just eat a card out of their hand. Play Wishclaw. Is that the Omniscience combo deck? I think I'm just supposed to temp lock down. Pass. Took it 5 minutes. Yeah, I've played against it a few times. I haven't played it myself, but that's something we'll take through one of these challenges here as well, I think. I think that deck looks pretty cool. So, what do I want to do here? Probably grab a Rest in Peace. I could just grab Exercise and try to kill their thing. But then they get a Wishclaw Talisman trigger. I think we're supposed to grab Rest. Play Rest in Peace. Rip it away. Scroll shift this. Hey, thank you for the follow token. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We get to snake the last card out of their hand. Oh, it was a nowhere to run. Okay. That's reasonable. Take 5. They drew a cut down. So I've got 4 crabs And some up the beanstalks. The only thing we're really scared of. Let's go ahead and Wish Claw. The blue-white omniscience in the deck just it combos off with there's a card that lets you look for your through your hand, library, and I think sideboard, graveyard or not hand, graveyard, library, or sideboard for it has a subset of cards. And you go off with that. You can get Season of the blue season to bounce it and keep recasting it as well. Once you have an omniscience in play, you cheat omniscience into play with the 4-mana thing that puts an enchantment from your graveyard into play. I don't remember what it's called. My otter! My poor otter! Yep, and then you get 4 counters in hand as well. Yep, that's the other thing you need to do. We found a crab! So here we just go grab Hopeless Nightmare and a Pixie. Make sure we tap our mana right. Hopeless Nightmare. Talent, or temp lock down, and pick the temp lock down back up and kill him with the Hopeless Nightmares. Yes, Wish Claw Talisman was in Foundation. Yep. One of those cards you just don't really realize was in Foundations, but it was. I had a lot of cards like that for me. Yeah, Standard's really good right now. I'm a big fan of Standard. I've been having a lot of fun with Standard in the last couple of years. Standard's been in a pretty good spot in my opinion. I'm just glad it's getting the spotlight now. For a long time, nothing was Standard, so I'm really happy they're starting to put Standard back on the forefront. We played that yesterday through the challenge, or through the metagame challenge, went 7-0 with the green-white aggro deck. Or green-white tokens, whatever you want to call it. The green-white cage deck. Yeah. The green-white collector's cage deck. I don't think green-black is in the best place right now. I think it's been good for about 2 years. I think 2 years is about how long it's been good. I was a big fan of the oh, what deck was that? The last season, the one that brought the lands back. Teamer. Ah, man, I cannot remember what the deck was actually called. The Vitality deck with Nissa and my brain doesn't work most of the time. Yeah, Teamer Wreck. No, Teamer Otter is a lot of fun too. I like that deck. Teamer Otters is a good time. We're just going to protect our rest in peace here. If they try to kill it, we can scroll shift it. Or not scroll shift, but this tiny big enough, I mean. Now we can scroll shift it. Tear Asunder? I'd rather that not get blown up. If I can help it. Suppose here I'm just on Storm Chaser's Talent plus Prophetic Prism, attack for 3. Oh, you... Okay, Prophetic Prism means I can tap it in there. It's okay. Okay, that's fair. Probably after Reflection of Kiki Jiki got banned, everything was fine. Not Reflection, but Fable the Mirror Breaker. That card was probably a little too good for Standard. Just a little bit. What do I want to do here? Guys, want to pick up my 2 Storm Chaser talents and just beat down? I'm going to just Prophetic Prism it. Attack for 6. Good. Another Seed of Hope, that's fine. I got nothing. Despair got banned at the same time, right? Invoke Despair and Fable the Mirror Breaker both got canned at the same time. Oh, is that when it goes to the graveyard? Am I dumb? Oh, it is when it's put in the graveyard. Okay, now we know. I'm assuming they're going to flash in a crab here. So we're just going to hit him for 2 and then double up on Thundertrap Trainer. Crab at 5 mana is a lot more fair than any other kind of crab. Offspringer, Thundertrap. Get Lost is a good one. Sound Big Enough is a good one. Pass. I feel like Bank Buster was unjustly banned with all those other cards. I don't think Bank Buster was too good. Yes. Rest in peace against the crab deck. Real good. Buster and Fable. Yeah, Buster and Fable. What a good time. Why did they kill my Thundertrap Trainer? I mean, I know they don't want me to bounce it, but they already know I have 2 spells in hand. Or we got skunked game 1, but game 2 and 3 went real well. Yeah, I feel like Buster was a casualty, in my opinion. I don't think the card is like bonkers good, but I think it just happened to be in the best deck at the time. So like, better safe than sorry. Which I don't mind that approach to a degree. This deck is sick. We have a Hopeless Nightmare and a Pixie Temp Lock. Yeah, this hand's fine. Playing against the Pixie deck, it looks like. That was a really good draw, because it allows us to Hopeless on 1. That's fair. That's a good reasoning for it, I guess. I didn't quite think of it that way. It was like one of those cards that was really annoying to interact with, as you had to have artifact removal for it. Our matchup against the other Pixies decks, I think, is just incredibly good. Just keep knocking resources out of their hand. They had a Hopeless Nightmare and didn't play it, huh? That's interesting to me. Hopeless Nightmare just pressures so well. I'm surprised I didn't get that down into play last turn. I think I'd rather force them to cast a spell if they have one in their hand. Yeah, but this town ain't big enough. Okay. That's fair. I'll just play tap land and pass, play Storm Chasers Talon out next turn. After we temp lock down. I think that's what we're supposed to do. Oh, yeah. Yep. Go nuts. They would have tapped different. They could have played their Pixie this turn, too. Oh, now we should get tag their Pixie. That's disgustingly good. Tag the Pixie, play temp lock down. Your go, opponent. They want to scroll shift now and then play Storm Chasers Talent. Alright, opponent's at 9. Go ahead, opponent. We're just going to pick up the scroll shift here. Having another piece of cardboard that's really good with Storm Chaser's Talent, like, can also just blink it infinitely if we needed to, if we don't find a temp lock down. Scroll shift is pretty cute there, too. We're just attacking for 1. In their draw step, we can blink this, eat both cards out of their hand. We actually just have them dead here. So let these trigger. They take 4, discard their hand, and then we bounce our temp lock down. This deck is really, really powerful into the Pixies deck, weirdly enough. When we're just blinking our temp lock downs and getting all of the advantage out of it, it makes this deck function really, really well into this matchup. I don't think we need this. Probably Trim on a nowhere to run. Actually, Trim on the Tithing Blade, because Tithing Blade's pretty bad. I don't like the end. Probably Trim on a Prism, bring in the other Wishclaw Talisman. That's what the Tithing Blade's for. I know that sounds like a real narrow thing, but with between Tithing Blade and this town ain't big enough, you can kind of bounce them back and forth. The other thing is, there's not... In the experience I've had playing this deck, we haven't played it a lot. This is maybe our 8th or 9th game. When you're pressuring them with Hopeless Nightmares, it's hard for them to get big threats into play. Or, like, higher costed things into play. The deck does a really good job of just, like, whittling down your opponent's resources. That's unfortunate. Probably just the Pixie. They need to be a little careful when there's a bunch of Hopeless Nightmares into play from the opponent's side, so we're not hurting ourselves too much with temp lockdowns. We have a nowhere to run for our Otter. Oh, this tiny big enough. Okay, that's fine too. We'll just discard our Adhikar Wastes and then play Hopeless Nightmare. Double Hopeless Nightmare. Man, I wish we would have had a second Black Source. It would have been sick. Hopeless Nightmare. Go ahead. They must have kept like a real land heavy hand. Or just drawing a lot of lands. Okay, I don't have a good answer to that. Let's go ahead and Hopeless Nightmare them again. Prophetic Prism. Also just kind of hoping we were going to draw land there. Put into play. The Optimistic Scavenger. There's a land. I think just activating Wishclaw Talisman, putting Temp Lockdown into play. Take it all away. The deck's a lot of fun. I've been really enjoying it. It does a lot of neat things. Ooh, this isn't probably going to go super well for you, opponent. That's the best part, is usually when they just take the lockdown into play, it doesn't actually matter. I'll discard the Prophetic Prism. I was going to champ block the Optimistic Scavenger and eat it with our Nowhere to Run. Oh, it didn't attack. Sick. Let's go ahead and grab a Scroll Shift. Play this, play Nowhere to Run, eat the Optimistic Scavenger. Get our Temp Lockdown back. Oh, that's right. They did just play it this turn. I kind of forgot they just played it this turn. They can pick their Optimistic Scavenger back up with the second half of the lab. The matchup I'm like really afraid of with this deck is Domain. I don't know if we can ever actually beat it, other than just chaining a bunch of Hopeless Nightmares and praying. That's good enough. But we haven't played against Domain yet, so. We're going to shift to their turn, and then scroll shift in their draw step to take the card to the draw. That was probably wrong. We drew a Pixie, so it's not going to end up mattering. But we should have done it on our turn because we had a Wish Claw. I forgot we had a Wish Claw Talisman under there. I mean, that card doesn't see play, though, right? No one plays the Mother of Machines. You're a very sleepy kitty. Definitely never beating that Elish Norn either. We do have two the end, or we have another end. That's all we need. We have one the end. That's plenty. We can Wish Claw Talisman for it. Can also, this town ain't big enough, bounce it back to their hand. Fair. That Norn hasn't seen too much play recently. Which is weird, because there's a lot of ETBs, so... It's just that, like, when the best decks are Dimir and Mono Red, it's really hard to justify playing anything that's costs more than 1 to 3 mana. Definitely cannot keep this. Sand's also, like, kind of awkward, but I think we have to keep it. Looks like we're playing against Pixies again. That is the most spiteful of Hex Mages. Unless we could find one of our 1-drops that goes well here. I will also accept Prophetic Prism. That's like a pretty good draw. I'm going to play this first just in case we find one of the fast lands. Find another Pixie. Probably... We're just supposed to pass. I mean, this turn's going to suck for us real bad, but... Yeah, that was probably the worst case scenario, is them finding a Hopeless Nightmare for this turn. Playing the Prophetic Prism might have been just too greedy. Or take 8, 9, 10, 11, go to 4. So we can activate this and go get a land. Probably just want the plains. Temp lockdown, go. Fortunately, that temporary lockdown kind of has to sit there. If they find that this town ain't big enough, we just die. Pixie the talent. I think we're just dead here. We have to do this, which is pretty ugly. This puts us to 2. We're dead to a Hopeless Nightmare or this Tenant big enough off the top of their deck for the next, like, 4 turns until we try to find a way to kill them. Alright, that's probably supposed to be that one. True Concealed Courtyard. Alright, your move. Yield Spiteful. Have a Fear of Isolation? That's a problem. Hey, that's a good draw. Play Concealed Courtyard. Kill the Fear. Bounce to Nowhere to Run. Alright. 5 turns. Damn it. Alright, want the Bezas. Tithing Blade's not great. Don't need those, I don't think. Thank you for the follow, Merlin. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I can't keep that one. This hand's fine. We have like a Beza. Nurturing Pixie. Prophetic Prism's pretty good. Just have to hope they're not on a bunch of Hopeless Nightmares again. I think they had one last time. It was enough. They had a really good aggressive start. Probably better to Prism here. Try to find a 3rd land. We need to hit our land drops. This deck might actually want 25 lands. It really just wants to hit its land drop every single turn for the entire game. Really needs to. You have no shortage of things to do with your mana.
Page. Cute. Let's give us a
She's biting me. I need this hand back, cat. Ow.
Oh, she restrained.
Chance will come. Well, we found third land. That's good. We're getting closer to our Beza. Probably just on Nightmares this turn. Nightmare, Pixie, Nightmare. No. I wish I did. We do have guitars, but I do not, we bought them last summer. I started trying to learn how to play, and I just didn't have enough time to figure it out.
Oh, and then what happened?
It may have gave up.
Didn't have time.
I can play a cello, but I cannot play anything else. Definitely chunking this under the Nurturing Pixie Bus. Really just hoping we can hit a land for this Beza. It'd be pretty sick. Oh, you take the last card out of their hand, which is also pretty reasonable. Block, please. Have this tiny big enough. Bounce their Storm Chaser's talent and... Oh, destroy Evil One of my hope. That's actually good for us because we need to find a fourth land. We also would have kept a temp block down, but I don't think we keep either of those. The Nowhere to Run is, like, close, I think, but I don't think it's close enough. Of course, that's what we draw. Well. Oh, I need a fourth land game. It's going to be a freaking tap land. We're going to die anyway, but... Oh, it's not tap land? Holy crap. Go, go, Beza. They draw any spell. We're in kind of a rough go here. That was probably the best, one of the best things to draw. That or Hopeless Nightmare. They just Alpha Strike for sure. Yeah. So we block here. If we double block one of these, we take 4, go to 3. They were dead to the Flyers. I think we just got to chump both. We're hoping to just draw a... Not that. I guess I just attack and scroll shift Beza. No, I don't want to attack, because I don't want to give them the chance to not block. Or give them a chance to block. Because then we don't gain the life. Stop drawing good cards, opponent. Brick, one time, please. Just one time. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm asking for one brick. Come on, 10 block down. This town ain't big enough. What does that do for us? So we play tapped land. I don't think that's good enough, right? In any world. Bounce, bounce. Kill, block, take 4. I guess technically that does let us live. We didn't have lethal if we would have bounced Hopeless Nightmare and stuff too, so I think this is just what we have to do. Block. Oh, they drew a spell. We're very dead then. Damn. Well, that was unfortunate. We got a little unlucky that game, I think. I'll restart Arena real quick since doing the weird visual glitch up there. Probably run through with this deck again. Might make a few tweaks. I kind of do want to put a 25th land in. But we've never really had the issue of flooding out, so I think we have enough things in our deck that even when we do flood, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Got a lot of mythics out of those packs. Alright, so what do we want to change in here? I really like where we have pretty much all the cards in the main. I really don't like anything else. We just want to chalk that up to just bad variance between those last few games. Let's give this one more shot, just the way it is. See if we can figure anything else out. So far, we 5-1'd with it yesterday, 4-1 with it today, and 7-0'd with the green-white deck. Those are our 3 metagame challenges we've done so far. Not too bad. A little awkward, but I think his hand's fine. Well, it's less good against mono red. At least we have a temporary lockdown. That was a good draw. A little annoying. We're on mono pain lands here, but... Oh, goblins. Okay. Actual goblins, eh? I like it. I was just assuming since they played Scamp on one, it was probably like Leyline of Resonance and they just didn't have their Leyline this game. Second temp lockdown. Leyland's only banned in best of 1, I believe. We're just going to happily clean this board up. And that temp lockdown is probably just going to stay right there with all those idiots under it forever. This other temp lockdown is going to be the one we're going to try to push around and abuse with the card advantage here. Let's go ahead and Hopeless Nightmare them. Dragon Fodder. Pass back to them. Squee. We don't have a good answer to Squee. It'd be nice if we could find a Nowhere to Run. So we could try to find one off our Thunder Trap trainer. We also could just go grab one off Wishclaw Talisman. Let them have a turn with a Wishclaw Talisman. We want a Thunder Trap trainer. Oh, temp lockdown is not what we're looking for. Guess we could... No. Pixie... I wonder what happens here, actually. I'm kind of curious. If I Pixie, target Wishclaw Talisman, and then tap it, does it return to my hand? It's not ours anymore. No? Okay. That's what I thought. I assumed that's how that worked, but I wasn't 100% sure. Did want to make sure that I knew that for later. I think I just want to hit a land drop here. We can temp lock down. Goblin. Okay. Drop kick goblin. Or drop click bomber. My kingdom for a Nowhere to Run. Maybe that's what we're supposed to grab. Nowhere to Run is just so good against what they're doing. I think we just need to not, or take the least amount of damage as we possibly can. We don't have a good answer to the bomber and such. We're stuck temp lockdowning this turn for sure. Which means we also can't activate our Wishclaw Talisman because we also needed this town ain't big enough. So, suppose we're just playing this and then temp lockdown and pass. Hope we don't die. What does this do? Till end of turn, other target goblin you control gains flying when it deals combat to a player. Give a second. Okay. Enduring Courage. So I give them all haste, too. So I can't even, like, bounce these things now. Damn. This matchup seems rough for us. Bezos seem good. Skill thing CMC 2 or less. Need the Coveted Falcon. Tithing Blade. Nowhere to Run are fine. Definitely want the full set of those. Actually, Tithing Blade seems pretty bad. I like having Wishclaw Talisman as like a fifth of things we need. That's true. We could have responded there, but I don't think we're beating the Courage regardless. But yes, that is what we should have done. I also didn't 100% know what the card did. I should have read it while I was on the stack. Okay, gotcha. I've not played against the red Enduring very often. Still doesn't mean we shouldn't have played it better, though. We had the option to play it better, we should have. I want a Pixie here, because if they play a Ravenhold, or the 2-mana Lord, I want to be able to block still. I don't want to play Thundertrap Trainer and have it not be able to block this turn. That'd be pretty bad for us. Yeah, it's really good with Forge. And yeah, even with Viper, it's really good. But I think it just costs too much to be, and it's not like quite as impactful the turn you play it as Enduring Curiosity is. I will 100% block your Fanatical Firebrand, I promise. Thank you.
We're having Pixies.
I see that. That's fine with me. There's also, at one point in time, there were people playing, oh yeah, it could be Cranko. Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem. Like, it's a 4-3 that just comes into play and does stuff for you the next turn, and there's already so many cards in Standard you can play that are, like, how high value if you untap with them. Oh, this seems like a good turn to play this. We don't want to keep up the Darkslick Shores, though. I mean, yeah, I want to keep the Darkslick Shores. Because that lets us cast Hopeless Nightmare or Storm Chaser's Talent, whichever one we find. It's about time to sit down, I think. I don't think I attack this turn. Just more worried about dying to random things and we don't really have good blocks other than our Pixie into any of the Lords, and they have 2 Lords they could play this turn. So they now can play the Dropkick Bomber. Squee 100% will kill that Squee if it attacks. It's interesting. I'm pretty happy with just trading with the board here. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of removal floating around. That's probably a little rough to be trying to play that style of deck right now. I think I'm just supposed to bounce these two in replay. They can squee here, which is fine. We just kill it after it attacks. We're again in a spot where I feel like I wish we had another land in our deck. We are going to have to cut something for a 25th land, I think, because there's been a lot of times where we have just not hit 4th and 5th land, which we really want. We're playing a bunch of prophetic prisms, though, we're not drawing as well. Yeah, killing this now is just stupid. What was I doing? What am I doing? I did that yesterday, too. Squee's been around forever, I feel like. I feel like that card's been standard for like 2 or like 5 years is what it feels like. Well, that we do want to kill now. Ye old Krenko. Dragon fodder. So many goblins. Dragon fodder can't be good enough, right? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. 100% jumping. Rather than trying to put the counters on the hasty goblin, or the... Not hasty, but the goblin that can attack. I swear there are 24 lands in our deck. Go ahead and pass here. Their end step will blink, temp lock down. Kill the Krenko. Gain for life, get a 4-1 or a 4-5 in attack. Should be good here now. Yeah, it's really close. It's basically, it is just Pixie with lockdown, but the lockdowns are really powerful. There's blinking your own lockdown a bunch. It's pretty darn strong. Getting back a bunch of hopeless nightmares and nowhere to runs. Hopeless nightmare, hopeless nightmare. Talent. Attack for 8. Now, Bez isn't the board. The scroll shift is to help combo off with the temp lockdown. It's also like really good at Storm Chaser talent too. It's a very reasonable magic card. We're doing good, Cerebral. How are you doing tonight? Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this deck. It's probably what we're going to play this more than we probably should be, because I've been enjoying it too much. We're going to try tuning it around and see what we can figure out, but I'm a huge fan of where this list is currently at. I like the main deck a lot. I don't know what to do with the sideboard. This hand is great. We lost to Pixies, which is an incredibly good matchup for us. We never drew we didn't draw fourth land in it was like 11 or 12 turns, 13 turns. Our other loss, because we played through 2 challenges. It is how it goes sometimes. Which basics are you talking about? Or which lands are you talking about prioritizing? Because, I think all the untapped non-basics, I think that they are really good, because your deck is a little awkward. We're just going to temporary lockdown this board. I don't think that's worth putting a nowhere to run under the first temporary lockdown. I think this temporary lockdown is just going to be used as a normal temporary lockdown. So we only play 1 basic, but I think you do have to have, most of the pain lands. You could probably play, some temples instead, but I would probably go to 25 or 26 lands then, because you're going to need to be able to put your untapped lands into play at the right times, if that makes sense. You could probably... Fourth one of those, not great. I think I'm just going to know where to run and pick up our nowhere to run. That sounds good. Yeah, 4th lockdown's a lot of lockdown. It also kind of depends on which one of the lands. If you're only missing 1 or 2, I don't think it'd be that big of a deal. Replace them with a couple surveil lands probably is what I would do if you have those. Go ahead. Yeah, we are 100% on oops all lockdowns here. Yield Cranko. Kitten, how are you doing? Why are you on my desk? So I think here we're just going to kill the Seer Splicer Goblin. And this town ain't big enough bounce the Scamp and our nowhere to run. Then we can untap, kill the Cranko with the nowhere to run. It'd be nice if we find something to go with our lockdowns, like a scroll shift or something that's reasonable. Or, Wishclaw Talisman would be incredible. Well, looks like we are on Temp Lockdown turn again. So I think before we Temp Lockdown, I'm just going to pick up these 2. Prophetic Prism's a pretty good draw. It's also not a card that I was expecting. That's fair, too. I don't think that's wrong, either. I like... this is a matchup where we definitely are using our lockdowns like they are traditionally used, as just a giant removal spell. I think I'd rather draw a card than Hopeless Nightmare again. Okay. Now we're finding all our Prophetic Prisms and Hopeless Nightmares. I do like the Prophetic Prisms in the list, too, because they kind of fix your mana a little bit, which is nice. Yeah, cut Fear. There's no Fears, and no the one drop, the other one drop, the 3/2, Spiteful something, Hexmage, Spiteful Hexmage. I don't like that card anyway. That card's trash. What you got? What's your nasty combo of the day? And no Sheltered by Ghosts. Yes, we're not playing Sheltered by Ghosts because that does not work well with Temp Lockdown. Yeah, I don't like Hexmage at all. I think card's just honestly just bad. I don't even think it's like a necessary evil. I think the card's just bad. See what we can scry into. Don't really want either of those. I'm just gonna know where to run there. Dropkick Bomber. If we find any bounce spell or a scroll shift or anything, we win here on this turn. This gives us guaranteed lethal next turn. Enduring Angel. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's not bad at all. Yeah, fair. It is good in the Viper decks. It's also, yeah, I would also agree. It's good in the, anything that's playing the, oh, what card is that called? The black and red enchantment that you sack Disturbing Mirth. Anything that's playing Disturbing Mirth, the card's good in. I wouldn't play a full set in that. I think 2 is probably right. 2, maybe 3. But it's still just like kind of a crappy card most of the time. Yeah, it does. It feels real bad a good chunk of the time. And even just a 3/2 for 1 isn't as good as it used to be. This hand is fine. It's a little awkward because I don't have anything good to put under our, we don't have any of our own stuff to put under Temp Lockdown, which sucks, but... Oh yeah, that's not terrible. I like the monkey. The Percussionist. I think that card's pretty sweet. A lot of value out of it. Hopeless Nightmare also has just consistently overperformed for me. The card's just been nuts every time that I've played it. Seems like a good just casting Temp Lockdown turn. I like the full set of the Black Overlords. I was playing a decent amount of that list. Darkest Mage put out a good list for it, and that's what I was playing for a little while. He started cutting down on the Souls of the Lost, so I did in turn, because Souls of the Lost feels good when it's good, but also it's real bad sometimes, too. It's a very hit or miss card, in my opinion. I think I want to Hopeless Nightmare them, and then blink Temp Lockdown on their turn. I do like it with FOMO, though. Like FOMO or even playing the, oh, what was the other card? Boldarin Thrillseeker was pretty good with it, too. Scroll Shift. Eat your Emberheart Challenger. This is also, like, really cute, being able to blink your temporary lockdown on their turn and suck up the other creatures they have. Oh, okay, the Adventure Fling. The, black creature. It's burned together as this, the Fling side. Go ahead, opponent. Double up on the Manifold Mouse. I like it. That's true. You can grab with Overlord. Which is nice. You only probably have to play one or two. Okay, what do I want to do here? So we're going to activate our Wishclaw Talisman, and we're going to recast our temporary lockdown. And the question is, what do we want to grab for our Wishclaw Talisman? Because we probably just grab a Scroll Shift. A Viper might be better in Pioneer than it is in Standard. We're going to nab the last card out of their hand. I think the one Wishclaw is actually really, really good. When you blink your temp lockdowns, you can activate it with the temp lock trigger back on the stack, so you can keep grabbing cards. The other problem is you really need to find your temp lockdown sometimes. And we're only playing one. We're not like maxing out on Wishclaw Talismans. That card's obnoxious. That card is an actual problem for us. We can, I guess we can cheese it out here. We can bounce it and then recast Temp Lockdown, and it forces them to discard with the Hopeless Nightmare. Oh, is she? I'm gonna grab a land here. Just keep hitting our land drops. Yeah, that too. And the fact that you can kill it with the trigger on the stack removal really sucks too. Yep, go ahead and take it. Man, I wish we would have found a Hopeless Nightmare at some point in time here. Guess we just scroll shift this and go find a Hopeless Nightmare with our Wishclaw Talisman. So triggers on the stack. Submit 0. Get a nowhere to run, I mean. No, can't bounce land either. Yeah. We get to kill one, though. Another Hopeless Nightmare. It's not terrible. This deck's sick. We're having a lot of fun with it today. Oh, that's true. The hand was discounted. We could have gotten it for 2. But I think the nowhere to run is better for us. So we're just going to throw our creature away here. We're going to give them all those. We're going to draw 3 cards. One, two, three, four, five, six. Not drop particularly well there. So we can play this. Could just temp block down. That's a 4/4 now. We'll do this. Hope they don't draw Monstrous Rage, I guess. Did they draw Sheltered by Ghosts? Oh, Mabel. That gives trample and haste, right? The weapon does? That's fine. We can beat that. I am... Okay, that's fine with me. That's fine. Jump block. That's 8, 6, 2. Like, I have lethal if I bounce this thing. 6. Wishclaw for Hopeless Nightmare. Hopeless Nightmare, kill him. Alright. Could bounce a weapon token too, yep. But yeah, lockdown is going to take care of it anyway. We'll also just burn them out there. Nightmare is the card that makes any of these Pixie decks tick, I think. Like, the games where they have a Nightmare and don't have a Nightmare are so incredibly different. The people that are starting to shave the Nightmares, I think, are just very wrong. Definitely with the Bezas and probably the Witch's Vanity. Don't need that. Trim one of these. Or trim one of this tiny big enough. I do like having access to one the end. Do I want the Tithing Blade, I guess, is the other question. Probably do need a Tithing Blade. Probably just cutting another Prophetic Prism. Yeah, it's not exciting, but it's another, like, thing that we can cast. It destroys a thing we can shove under our temporary lockdown, so... It also kills bigger threats, too. We can kill Mabel's, or it's something that can kill a... the land as well. If we blink the temporary lockdown on their turn. I would like to Witch's Vanity your Emberheart Challenger. I go for the throat. I think a go for the throat's probably good. This build so far, with this exact build, we 4-1 the last one we went through. And we are in our second game of this set. So we're 5-1 so far with this exact build. This card's annoying, but we have this tiny big enough to bounce it and work around it. I'm not as impressed with this card as I was thinking I might be. I think that might actually just be better as being like a go for the throat or something. I mean, that's a pretty good turn for opponent. They should Monstrous Rage. They miss 1 point of damage here by not Monstrous Raging on the Herber's Forge token. do I want to do here? Yeah, agreed. The food, I do like the food token. I think that's relevant here. Like, gaining the 3 life, I think is going to be pretty nice. I think we just pass. Oh, shit. An actual lightning helix, huh? Okay. I mean, that does it. Was not expecting lightning helix. Figured they were playing sunburn spells, but lightning helix didn't cross my mind for some reason. Alright, let's see if we can get game 3. Could have bounced Forge. But either way, if we take the damage, we die. We probably should have gained a life and then bounced the... Because we needed to bounce the Forge. Oh, that sounds very good. Probably should have brought the exercise in, actually, also. Since we know they're bringing in Forge, or they know they have Forge. Oh, okay, I got you, because that puts us to 5. I don't hate that. When we bounce at pre-combat, they recast it, though, too. I guess we can bounce at the beginning of combat. That's true. I was trying to find a way that we could get... I think the best way for us to win that is we need to try to get that Forge out of play permanently. I think if we just try to... I want to be able to bounce it and hit it with the Witch... discard spell, the Hopeless Nightmare, because I don't think we're beating that card in the long term anyway. Even if they do just start, or they recast it again, because we didn't really have a good answer to it. A permanent answer to it. Was what my line of thinking was. I don't know if it was right or not, but that's where my brain was at for it. The Heartfire Hero. That was a great draw. I would like to Hopeless Nightmare you, opponent. And I would like to pass. They found another Forge, so we need to find a way around that. Let's go ahead and nowhere to run the Heartfire Hero while we're here. I think we just want to Pixie some of the cards out of their hand. That's also fair. I mean, that's also a thing you could do. Like, just try not to die. Because our deck has decent draws. We just need to find them. Lightning Helix in hand? Destroy evil might know where to run. Okay. Can I race them? This puts them to 8. They crack back for 6, put us to 11. I think we can race them. Yeah, they have all the lockdown hate. Yeah, I think we can race the Forge this game. As long as they don't just draw the actual nuts, I think we're okay. Plus, we have the end in hand. So we got 6 damage for sure this turn, and then 8 damage the following turn. So they put us to 11, put us to 3. But they can't cast any spells then. And if we draw a this town ain't big enough, or if we draw our own Pixie, we can cast a temp lock down and or draw another Pixie we can temp lock down and hide our 2 Hopeless Nightmares. What'd you draw, opponent? Manifold Mouse. Okay. So here I think we're just on Seachrome Coast. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And we're dead to Monstrous Rage off the top. But I think that is just the way that it is. I think we attack for 4, Witch's Vanity, one of the 2 critters, and hope we don't die. Dead to Monstrous Rage. Do they draw another Destroy Evil? They drew a Lightning Helix. That's also pretty bad for us. Nowhere to Run isn't a bad draw. How do I win this game? Probably not by attacking, Yeah, exactly. We know to run and that if we take 1 damage. So, but the problem is that also leaves us dead to the Herber's Forge. So we can attack for 2. We're probably supposed to just attack for 2. And hold these up, see what we can do.
Can you turn around? Other way.
Hi, kitten.
She wants you.
You come over here. Oh, not up on the desk, cat. Not today. No, you're gonna be over here. Okay. Actually, I don't care if they draw those. I would rather have them draw those than anything else, I think. Well, we had to take the pain because we only had, for black sources, we had to. Damn it. That was a really close game. We're 1 point off here. Well, technically 2 points off. Stupid Herber's Forge just absolutely decimated us again. Because we could have tapped the Prism for the other black. It would have been about the same. Nah, it would have been 1 point higher here, I guess. We die still, right? Because they can just rock face Village. We got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with the... The Herber's Forge. That's unfortunate. I don't feel like that matchup's usually too bad for us. Got a little unlucky with the Herber's Forge post board. Yeah. Is there any other, like... anything else we'd want here? Thank you for the follow, Lurker. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Is there any other, like, decent enchantments we could throw in our deck that, like, aren't good in the other Pixie decks so they don't see any play, but would be good in ours? I think we want any of those. Sheltered's pretty bad. Guess we really just want them to cost 2 or less. Case just makes a clue. That doesn't really do anything for us. We have 1 exercise on the board. I don't think Fear is very good. Fey Flight. Silent Hall Creeper's not great. It's only when legendary creatures enter play, so that doesn't do us any good. Yeah, Unable to Scream is a fine card. Wonder if we want Abandon's Talent on the board for the, like, control matchups that are tough for us. Like Domain, probably not. Nowhere to Run is a thing. I was not happy with this card. I was hoping that card would actually be good in the aggro decks. I don't think it's good. We could play more bounce creatures. We could play Gremlin Tamer. That does give us, like, a random army in a can, which is pretty funny. Could run a couple Smites. I don't mind Smite. I like Smite quite a bit. What do you do? Your end step, if 1 or more creatures died this turn, you gain that much life and distribute that many +1/+1 counters on creatures you control. Weird. Let's try a couple Smites on the board. I don't like these Witch's Vanities at all. Well, I guess his Elspeth Smite, we can probably just play Cut Down, right? That's probably better. Do I like Cut Down better or Elspeth Smite? Yeah, Princess Creature only. We were thinking about that last night. Kind of like Bandit's Talent. Yeah, I think we want the cut downs instead. 1 Bandit's Talent on the board. I like the Smite, or the cut downs. Bandit's Talent. Witchclaw Talisman. I think this card's also probably just too cute. I think we just want another land. Let's try that. Oh, that's fair. I like the exercise because it's like a catch-all against a bunch of random stuff. No Tarnation Vista. Oh, that's the other thing we're gonna check. We could play the 5th land as a or the 25th land as a Tarnation Vista. Why not? We'll do it for science. I kind of want. Do we think Gremlin Tamers are actually good? Can we board Gremlin Tamers in matchups and them actually be decent? Do we think? I think it's probably better just to have a bunch of discard. We'll try this first. We'll do this version first, then we can try Gremlin Tamers next time we go through. I'm slapping her side.
Oh, stop it.
Yes, I think you can. Because you can just put all the triggers for everything on the stack and then just make sure your whatever the heck that card is on the top. The lockdown triggers first. You get to keep the tokens. You lose the Gremlin Tamer, but you get to keep all the tokens. So I think it's gotta be worth it, maybe, right? Just a random army in the can. Even if it's just one we can Wishclaw for would be funny. Look at that Tarnation Vista. We don't mind lockdowning our own dudes, though. We do. We gotta see what I got. Alright, cat. Goodbye.
Wow.
Put on double concealed courtyard, huh? Let's go ahead and tag Hopeless Nightmare on him real quick. Thank you for the follow, Lurker. Sorry I missed a little bit ago. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Just gonna like slam a Will Leaf Legion to play and we're gonna cry. Phyrexian Flesh Gorger, huh? What are we doing over there, opponent? The Gorger of Flesh. Thank you for the follow, Evan. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We have drawn this Wishclaw Talisman a lot for there only being one in here. Thundertrap Trainer down. Now our Tarnation Vista only taps for 1 mana again still. I mean, it's still, we have to get three different colors of permanents into play for it to matter. I love the Thunder Trap. They had to kill it before it even got to do all the fun things it was going to get to do. Yes, they're 100% going to reanimate the thing, right? Unstoppable Slasher. We're just ending that, right? And just getting a good look as to see what they're doing. This is also a card we don't really have a good answer to, other than blocking it or getting it out of play in another way, shape, or form. I think we're just doing this and seeing what they're doing. Like, fully seeing what they're doing for sure. They're playing Sunfall as well. That's aggressive. Sunfall, Preacher... Bloodletter Aclazats. Steel Seraphs. Oh, so they're doing the fortune thing. Playing Beza, Aclazats, Virtues. Okay. Well, now we know. Okay. You Bleak Lockdown, and they have tokens and a big creature. You can stack the triggers to make sure that you get the big creature. Because you get to put the triggers on the stack however you want to. When all the things interplay at the same time. Yeah, yep. Their deck has a lot of creatures in it for them to be playing Sunfall in it. There's some 3-Fs in there, too. They're playing just like Mythics.deck. Mythic and Rares. Good old binder deck. Yep. Exactly. Oh no, Deep Cavern Bat. Well, fun fact, no matter what they took, we get to get rid of their Deep Cavern Bat, so. What do we want to go find with our Witch Claw Talisman? Probably a Scroll Shift? You have the shadowiest of the back streets. They can shove Preacher into play here. Kind of thought about just going and getting Tithing Blade, but I feel like we needed to find something that draws us cards more, or like gets us more card advantage. That was a good draw. That allows us to tag team down the Preacher here. We can also just go pick the end back up and block. That seems better, right? So this taps for 2 mana at the moment. We're getting close to having a baby Nykthos. Same. That almost whole album is fantastic. I think I'm fine with taking 2 here. I don't think we're scroll shifting yet. I think we're just passing. I think we just want to be able to kill the Preacher here. Yeah, pass Shrug, kill the Preacher, and then we can also cast the end. Lauren, you say, huh? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. I think I would like to... I think I want to keep the nowhere to run in play, so I think we're just supposed to scroll shift. Or do I just let this happen? Nah, we're supposed to scroll shift. Yeah, go ahead and look at my hand. Triggers. We gotta eat one of their sunfalls. Trigger resolves. This also stops them from drawing a card off of the Preacher. They make a 1/1. I cannot believe they discarded the Bloodletter of Aclazotz. We're just going to eat the Preachers. Go ahead. We can use Storm Chaser's talent to pick up a Scroll Shift and then get our thing going back in. Oh, it did! We would have had 3. We would have been able to activate the Storm Chaser's talent. Fuck. Oh, we would have had such a good turn with the Vista. We could have had all the value that turn. Look at that Tarnation Vista coming in clutch here. I do want to scroll shift this on our turn so we can activate the Wishclaw Talisman. It is, yeah. Like, being able to just completely rebuy the same cards over and over again, these mid-range matchups make it so hard for them to be able to come back and do anything. Draw a card. Honestly, it's probably better if us just have this thing in our hand. The board is so much better for us that's under there. Like, they get to steal a card out of our hand, but I don't care. Hey! Got him. Well, that's right. We get a kill with that, too. Now he's going to go on the aggro plan. They do. They do finally get a Sunfall us. I should have grabbed this town ain't big enough. That was dumb. Or not, this town ain't big enough. Pixie, I think. That's probably not a bad one. Right now we've got 2 negates in the board, but get out's probably better, like a 1-1 split. I think I'm on 2 negates in the board. I have to look again. Like 90% sure that's what I have. Yeah, like 1-1 might be better. I would like to pick up my temporary lockdown and make a million things. Triggers. Go ahead, opponent. I think here I'm just going to scroll shift our Hopeless Nightmare and then kill the Restless Fortress. Might have been better to just tag one of these, actually, now that I think about it. That would have given us another otter and done the same thing. Should have just tagged one of the Storm Chaser's talents. Here, we definitely want the Get Losts. The Bandit's talent seems pretty decent. So the second Wishclaw Talisman seems pretty good, too. The Nowhere to Run seem less good, so we'll probably trim one of those at least, maybe 2. The Exercise also seems pretty good. Probably trim on a Lockdown, trim on a Nowhere to Run, Prism. I don't need this, actually. Yeah, let's do that. I don't feel like Go for the Throat is particularly good in this matchup specifically because 7 of their big threats are all artifacts. Like I'm playing 4 Steel Seraph and 3 Phyrexian. Well, whatever the Phyrexian worm thing is. This hand is great. It is good against, like, the other half of their random threats. I kind of wouldn't mind having a second the end in this matchup. Like, having the end to deal with random things that our deck doesn't deal with super well is nice. Yeah, I wonder if there's a better way to find, or a better way to have a man-land answer in this deck. There's nothing good to have under our thing except for Tithing Blade for it. That could be fine, too. We are playing 2 Get Lost post-board. Let's go ahead and swing in for 1 whole damage here. Virtue of Loyalty, huh? I don't remember seeing Virtue of Loyalty. Yeah, we're playing the fun Pixie deck again. The Pixie deck we ended with last night. Annoyance not a bad one, but it doesn't deal with the big threats we're worried about. Like, it doesn't kill... I think the higher end creatures are what we're more worried about. Go ahead, Storm Chaser's talent, attack for 2, and then play Thundertrap Trainer. Did they have the Perfect Virtue? I must have missed it when we were looking through their deck. I watched a lot of the SCG Open today. It was nice. I'm glad they're back. I mean, it's not an Open, but don't think we want the lockdown here. I think we probably just want the Get Lost. Honestly, because we need to pick the Get Lost back up. Agreed. Any streamed event is fantastic. I'm very glad we got some Magic coverage again. The Flesh Gorger is here. That was a pretty good draw. Attack for 5. This deck also like doesn't have to do the temporary lockdown shenanigans. It can just win the game with the Storm Chaser talent draws, which is nice. Go ahead and rest in peace, me. Feed the Cycle's not bad. I also like Bitter Triumph. I've been pretty impressed with for the most part. Should have probably just upped the Storm Chaser's talent this turn. Pill for me. Oh, they're just dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, sure. You can pill for me. Now, Rest in Peace is not great against us. We have them in our sideboard for a reason. Get them with the Dirty Idiots. Any of those bigger mid-range decks are just going to have a terrible time with this kind of style of deck. Like, even the normal Pixies deck, the traditional mid-range decks just get eaten alive by them. They put such a strain on both sides of what you're doing. I think the Omniscience deck's pretty good right now. Just A plus B combo decks are pretty good. There's not a whole lot of graveyard hate floating around. Last hand's very good. The Heartfire Hero. That's also true. I mean, I don't think Rest in Peace is like the worst card against us. It's just, it depends on what they're bringing out to do it. Yes, red does race combo. But I think the Omniscience deck was playing like a Farah's Dismissal in the main, right? The 3 mana, it costs 1 if it targets an attacking creature and to surveil too, so it still like gets them a little bit of an advantage out of it too, while they're removing creatures. Hit me. The Recruiter. Am I supposed to just Pixie Storm Chaser talent this turn? I think I am, right? Then attack for 3. Or attack for 2, I mean. So I'm going to be able to block with that Pixie. I wanted to block that Paw Patch Recruiter was kind of the plan here. I think I like playing the Pixie because I want to be able to block into the Paw Patch Recruiter and have them have to have more than just a Monstrous Rage to protect it. The question is here, are we supposed to just chip block onto the Paw Patch Recruiter and let them do their thing? I think we're supposed to wait another turn to block, because we can play Storm Chaser's Talent plus Nowhere to Run next turn. The post-combat Everhard Challenger is interesting. Or 6, 8. I think I just want to do this. We fucked up. We should have done that before we attacked. I should have taken full stock of what I wanted to do. We should have played both Storm Chaser's Talents and then attacked. Because I think we're actually here to race. Because now we have to draw land and untap land to win. I think if we double Storm Chaser's Talent and attack for 6, I think we probably win this game pretty handily. Fuck. Okay, that was a good draw. Doing good, Chops. How are you doing tonight? I like to attack with all of my critters. Oh, nice. Did we win? Yes, so now they can't tap. They can only tap for 1 red next turn if they didn't block. Beat UCL. Dang, that's impressive. I thought we probably sucked. All right, you're 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're dead to Monsters Raid. That sucks. Ah, that's a second red source. Damn. They played a Thornspine Bird, so they could. Unfortunately, that was a close game. We really messed up that turn before. I didn't identify that we were supposed to be the aggro deck. That was 100% my bad. We had the curve to win the game on that. I don't like this town being big enough against them very much. We were dead to just Monstrous Rage anyway. Unfortunately. They were exactly dead to Monstrous Rage just on their creature. Well, that sounds pretty good. Remove opponent. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, that's annoying. All right, we're in Keeper's Talenting. Nah, Love's still good. I think they're going to play. I don't know if they'll play him this week with us having... we do want to probably win this week. We need to win and have Washington lose, I think, so we get a better seed in the playoffs. Hey, Stokes, how's it going tonight? Am I supposed to lock down now? I don't think it matters. I think I'm supposed to wait. Need the Bengals to hold on. Yes, we did hit Mythic already. We went in at like 51, I think. Okay with them having Hopeless Nightmare, or with a Heartfire, I mean. Go ahead and put your counters on it. Now I think we just temp lock down. That sounds way better for you guys. I wouldn't want to play against I would not want to run into the buzzsaw that is the Ravens, if I could help it. The Ravens are real good. I would not want to run into that buzzsaw early in the playoffs. Well, opponent's flooding out real bad. That's a 4 toughness creature. It is, right? Yeah. Fortunately, we are just sitting here, I think. The mouse. Okay, we're taking 2 here. I think I'm just casting Pixie, picking up Temp Lockdown and replaying it. Actually, maybe just recasting Temp Lockdown. I think I'm just casting this Temp Lockdown so that we still have double nowhere to run up for the Restless Ridge line. I am happy with my team. The Packers were good this year. Not as good as we could have been, but I'll take it. Yes, we can do that too. Because like here we can know where to run this. I think it is safer to just double know where to run it than to try to cut it down and have them have like double Monstrous Rage. Live in Wisconsin, but don't follow sports. I've been a Packers fan forever. I know it's Jaden Reed. Jaden Reed's fantastic, and for some reason they just don't want to use him in the ability that they should. Jaden Reed is fantastic. I mean, I think we're just passing here. Panthers are looking like they have to. He did. I think that I think he's actually not that bad. I don't hate Bryce Young. I think he's a pretty reasonable quarterback actually. I think here we're just bouncing our 2 temporary lockdowns. Give them all their crap back, and then temp lockdown it all the way again. I don't know if we can run demo field. I think it might be too hard on the mana base. We do need to find something to do. Whew, that's a lot. That was a good draw. We do need to, like, keep up scroll shift so that we don't die to them finding a, enchantment removal spell. If they're playing any. Jaden Reed's an absolute beast. Alright. Game 3. We didn't really do anything that game, but it was good enough. Just kind of sat there and made sure they didn't do anything. Temp Lockdown is real good against the red decks. No white mana, huh? As much as I would love to keep this hand, I think that's just asking to lose. What the hell, man? We even went up a land. I don't hate Get Lost. I think the card's really good. I have a couple on the board. It does hit. It hits pretty much everything we're worried about. Go ahead. So let's hit off this questing druid, decide if we want to know where to run now or not. Looks like they're probably going to seek the beast again, I would assume. Questing druid. I think I'm just cutting this down. That does track, because I have been drawing a lot more lands in the Otters deck that doesn't play any freaking lands at all than we do in anything else. Paw Patch Recruiter. So I suppose here we're just gonna know where to run one of these Heartfire Heroes, and we're just gonna tap play Beza. If they don't play a land, Beza gets to draw us a card, which is nice. Alright, full value Beza. Let's go. Unfortunately, we have to take 2 damage to cast it. This is true. Oof. The Legacy Lands. I do love that deck. Legacy Lands is sick. My Kingdom for a temporary lockdown. That's not a temporary lockdown. What is that, though? It just picks up cut down. Fresh tagging a card from their hand. Playing tap land, playing Storm Chaser's Talent. That's true. The blue-black creature land does beat all the other creature lands. I like the white-black because it does give us a little bit of life gain, and we do want double white before we want anything else. But it might be better to play the other land, because it does beat all the other creature lands. I meant to stop. Put a stop there. I wanted to surveil or scry before we drew to try to find a temp lockdown. That's a little scary. Turns that into a 5/5. Let's see what we can find before we decide what we want to do here. I don't like grabbing Cut Down there because it doesn't really do anything for us with them having the Innkeeper's Talent in play. I do like grabbing it now, though, so we can pick up Cut Down and then cast the Temp Lockdown. We're still at 18, which is nice. Go, go, Temp Lockdown. Attack for 4. Hope they don't have a Pick Your Poison or a Pop Patch formation. Ye Old Ember Heart Challenger. Okay. We're just supposed to attack. This is technically a 2-turn clock, so it gains us 2 life. Go ahead. Obstinate Baloth, huh? You've seen it all. Deck for 4. Yeah, Beza matches up real well against Baloth. We don't really want to trade my Beza for a Baloth. Swinging with Pixie, I guess. Flooding out just a little bit here. Find a Hopeless Nightmare we win here. Yeah, I think you're right. I think if this was the blue-black land, we could have just shoved with both. We should have a cut down in the graveyard, right? Still. So, we can kill the Emberheart Challenger to give them only 1 draw step. It gives 2 power still. We want to do it in their upkeep. This is only at a sorcery, right? Okay. Yeah, so it's upkeep, right? It's gotta be what we do. Upkeep this. They can trigger. They can put 2 counters on Heartfire Hero. We just hope they don't draw the Monstrous Rage. Put a counter on the Obstinate Baloth. Interesting. I mean, we can't beat... I don't think there's any way we beat... Okay, we beat that, so... GG's, opponent. Because our land is lethal here. That's fair. I like the blue-white land also just because it does go over the top. And it gives map tokens as well, which can help filter through the cards we actually want. I do think the Fortress has been just the worst possible land we could have had. That has a lot of pain lands. Yeah, look. It's this guy. How's it going today, Alex? Let's go ahead and get some Hopeless Nightmare down here. It is so hopeless. Oh, no! Don't put an Oculus into play. Okay, thank God. Oh, that's terrifying. Could have Oculus us on turn 1. And we're just Pixieing and re-Hopeless Nightmaring, right? They would have an Oculus in the graveyard, so if they have a recommission or something, we're gonna have to fight through that. Unsummon. Founding recommission? Nope, founding mill. Nope, it is cast, okay. Yawp. Oh, Wish Claw's good. I'm playing 25 lands right now. Bouncing that Oculus is super awkward. But, I mean, I think we have to. They're just casting Storm Chaser's talent and bouncing the Oculus. I mean, if they have another land, they just get to replay it anyway. I think we were very dead here. This matchup seems bad. Definitely need to rest in peace. Exercise and get lost seem good. This is a matchup where I think that this is a matchup where nowhere to run is just awful. And our deck is not great into things where nowhere to run is bad. White Overlord might be okay. Tithing Blade's good. I do like Tithing Blade quite a bit. Been very happy with the Tithing Blades. Temporary Lockdown's also, like, pretty abysmal here. Other than doing our stuff with it, so we probably want to trim down on that. Maybe in matchups where Temp Lockdown is bad, we're supposed to just turn into, like, an Overlord deck. We're supposed to have, like, 3 White Overlords in the board we can board in and just be a Scroll Shift White Overlord deck. Or even find room for, like, one in the main. I think I like this, because we can go find the Temp Lockdown to the Witchclaw Talisman if we actually want it. I think I like that. I feel like it's going to be very few and far between times where we're actually going to want the Temp Lockdown. Well, we have turn 2 Rest in Peace. This hand is great. Turn 1 Talent, turn 2 Rest in Peace. I like it. We'll probably just Prophetic Prism here, actually. I want to force them to commit something into the graveyard before we cast a Rest in Peace. I like White Overlook quite a bit. Being able to scroll shift is really nice too. What do we have under this thing? Another Storm Chaser's talent. It's not bad. Maybe we're just casting another Storm Chaser's talent and passing. Soul partition one of my tokens. Is that what we're doing? That is what we're doing. That's fine. Ye old Pixie, huh? Let's go ahead and Pixie back the Hopeless Nightmare. Cast the Nightmare. This town, these two. Recast Nightmare. Well, I think I like where we're at. I think we have our deck configured the best we can for this matchup. It doesn't do a whole lot, but it does kill a big threat if they put one into play. We don't have a whole lot of removal spells for that. It's scroll shift. Don't have anything to do with it, though. I don't think we can keep this hand. This hand's much better. Yeah, it's lands and spells, but it's not lands and spells that do anything. I don't think we can afford to Hopeless Nightmare them on one. I think it just gives them too good of a chance of just ending the game on the spot, and then we cannot win. Because if they discard a thing and animate it, we just lose. I don't think we can take that risk. Another sleight of hand. Opponent is on mono sleight of hands. Hopeless Nightmare. Negate, huh? Okay. I don't think we needed to. I think it was better for us to just cast the Prophetic Prism. I don't think there's a reason for us to just push Rest in Peace into play. Didn't really do anything for us that turn. It just gives them a chance to kill it. The Monastery Mentor. Yeah, I just want to kill this. Hope they don't have an unsummon. Founding the third path. That is a thing. What are you casting? Soul Partition on my Rest in Peace. I can bounce Rip in response. Do you want to bounce Rip in response, or do you want to bounce Prophetic Prism and Monastery Mentor? Probably supposed to just bounce the Rip, right? I think it's too greedy to bounce the Prism. Yeah, I was thinking both own permanents as well, but I think we need to get the Monastery Mentor out of play. Hit one of our Wishclaw Talismans. I mean, that's a good draw for them, right? 100% keeping that on top. Our own temporary lockdown to be a very good draw. That was a really good draw. Double Thunder Trap. Damn. Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Definitely blocking at least one of them. I wouldn't mind keeping the Thunder Trap Trainer in case we draw this town big enough to bounce it. Or Nurturing Pixie. It's also a thing that bounces it. Prophetic Prism, see what we can find. My life total is getting a little hairy here. I think I'm just supposed to recast this. Oh, come on. We gotta find something good here. Prism again. Something good, please. That is reasonable. I think we're just passing, and then next turn we'll just Thunder Trap for both halves. Prophetic Prism basically just draws us a card and helps make our mana base a little less painful. Oh, second Rest in Peace is not exactly what I wanted. Thunder Trap. Tithing Blade seems good. Scroll Shift. They can pick another Picklock Prankster. They get a Soul Partition or an Opt. Take the Opt. Yup. Hopeless Nightmare is not the worst thing in the world. Definitely not something that we really wanted to draw. Let's go ahead and Tithing Blade. Sure. Yep, we still challenging. Doing some metagame challenges, seeing where we can get. Doing pretty good. We 4-1'd, and the last one was only a 1-1. We got a little unlucky with how the end of it finished, but got a little flooded out, or not flooded out. I think we got a little low on the land count, which will happen. The deck has been a lot of fun, though. I've been having a blast playing it, so we're going to continue jamming some challenges with this, see if we can get a 7-0 with it. Oh, baby. Yeah, opponent brought in the temp lockdowns for us, and then that is the second time we've got to absolutely decimate them. Games 2 and 3, we lost game 1 pretty handily, but games 2 and 3 were good for us. Rest in peace, real good against that deck. Three 0 so far on this one. This hand is good. Let's do it. After this set of games, we are going to switch our Restless Fortresses out for the blue-white creature land. Zap Zap Kapow is their name, huh? Like to attack for 2. I mean, we're probably just temp lockdowning next turn, so I think we're just going to cast a Prophetic Prism and hold back the Otter as a block. Nah, do attack? Probably hold black as a blocker, force them to use a Monstrous Rage if they have one. That is awkward. I don't like just casting this anyway. Hopefully they don't have, like, second Screaming Nemesis. That'd be pretty bad. Manifold Mouse is fine. Really, we just need to find a nowhere to run. That's what we need. Oh. Okay. That's pretty good. We probably just scroll shift this now and try to find an untapped land. Why do you want to tap my mana like that? It seems awkward. Alright, let's do that. This gives us 3 draws at an untapped land and nowhere to run the Screaming Nemesis. We did fail, though. Awkward. We spoke its name, and then we couldn't find the untapped land to actually be able to cast it, unfortunately. Still think that was what we're supposed to do. Another annoying Manifold Mouse. Tithing Blade. Let's go black, colorless. I'm just going to know where to run the Screaming Nemesis now. Because I don't want to discard a card. I guess discarding a Pixie doesn't really matter that much. And then we can... This town ain't big enough. They try to Monstrous Rage on something here. So many Manifold Mice. Well, we get to eat the rest of the mice this turn, so... Block. Take 3. Pixie, back the temp lock down. Cast temp lock down. Get rid of all the mice. Probably discard the prophetic prism. Actually, we don't need all of these temp lockdowns. I need to start working on taking the cards out of their hand, I suppose. Pixie. Take another card. Hey, little white cat. We hold up this town ain't big enough so we can bounce Heartfire Hero and Hopeless Nightmare again. Hello, white cat. How are you doing? Shock my face, huh? Okay. You've shocked my face. What else you got? Alright, I go to 3. Fair enough. Fair enough. You had 7 points of burn in your hand, I guess. I could probably trim on a Hopeless Nightmare, Prophetics, the end. This town ain't big enough. Do we want a couple Get Losts? They probably don't really matter here. Probably leaving one more Prophetic just to be able to do our thing. Sounds fine. It's got 4 lands and a Beza and a cut down. Let's go. What could possibly go wrong? Storm Chaser's talent was a good draw. Sure. That is a bold attack. The old Nemi, huh? Suppose we'll let the Nemi hit us. We're gonna play Beza attack here. It is. It's real nice to get that free B kill. Yep, they were like, why? Why did I do that? Why did I attack? The manifold mouse with the business. Okay. I mean, I'm taking 3. I'm not blocking. Suppose we're just attacking here. I think on the untapped land. I feel like we can be a little bit aggressive here because we can scroll shift our Beza as well if we need to. However, this town ain't big enough to bounce the... like, we can bounce 2 threats this turn if they try to go in on things with our this town ain't big enough. It's kind of what I was thinking. Because, yeah, we can shift Beza. We can even, like, shift it after we take some damage if we need to, if they have, like, the actual stone nuts. But we also have this to protect us. We can bounce 2 threats, too. Like, 3, 4, 5, 6... So, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I'm fine with this. We can bounce their Screaming Nemesis in response. If they try to emblem us. Now it depends on what we want to do. Probably just attack with everything and then play Temp Lockdown and Storm Chaser's Talent. That's adorable. Oh, it's a different one, isn't it? Or is that the same one you had before?
That's a different one. I think a new one.
Yeah, I like that better.
Yeah.
I don't know, the only, like, the good thing about us having all these lands is now we can Storm Chaser's Talent with this town ain't big enough and kind of go off a little bit with it. Like, we have lethal here if they don't have a removal spell for one of our 2 creatures. Oh, you dropped off something. Thank you. Because, like, we can just pick up this town ain't big enough, bounce the Nemesis, and bounce our Storm Chaser's Talent and attack. Should have tapped our mana better. We're going to have to take a damage now. That was... No, I guess we only have 2 blue anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's true. It'd be nice if we had another card would be nice. Okay, so they just die here. Okay, that worked well. Let's see if we can get game 3. This hand is very good. Ooh, that's not the worst. So, I was thinking of Authority before, and I didn't play it because I'm like, well, we're just going to eat it with our thing half the time anyway, but that's a good reason to play it. Because just the fact that we do, like, that is a way for us to gain life. Because I was trying to find a way for us to, like, gain a bunch of random life, like a good enchantment to gain life with. I actually don't hate the Authority to gain life with. It doesn't sound terrible. That was a absolutely phenomenal draw. Best possible. I don't know how great it would be, but it does seem reasonable. I do like Authority. It's pretty good in where we're at currently in format, I think. Man, our Beza doesn't even gain us life now. Tragic. Oh, we could have. Or we still can. We can do it next turn. I guess with the Hopeless Nightmares, it doesn't matter, though. Just gonna try to kill him. It also might have been better to just cast Beza that turn. Just to have a 4-5 in play. That a third Monstrous Rage in hand? Nope, just a shock. Okay. Now we get to gain life. Value. Thank you, opponent, for hitting us to exactly 1 under you. Yeah, it was like actively good for us. I mean, I will block. That's fine. I don't care if we trade away with that. So, I guess the question is, would we rather Scry to, or would we rather flip Tithing Blade into a thing that gains us life every turn? Probably just flip the Tithing Blade, right? They turned it on for us. What's up? Oh, yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Where you at? Which way do you go? This one? Oh, it's because I didn't see her. Well, I didn't see the eyeballs until a little bit later.
It's going really well.
It is. Mavic has almost 300, but she just stepped away for a few minutes and I get.
Hell yeah.
Alright, let's see what we can do here. Drew, nowhere to run. There's no point in casting that now or doing that. Just attack for 1 and pass. Yeah, exactly. That's the nice thing. Like, all these random things that just sit and play is great. Sure. I wonder if it would have been better for them to just... Nah, probably not. I was going to say, it might be better if they would just made a 1 mouse and give it haste. Let's see what we can find here.
Also, this looks really cool.
Ooh, that does look really cool. I like that. Is the front done yet?
No. Oh god, no. It says it's 9% done, but it only has 48 minutes left.
Oh, that's weird. We take the Pixie here, right? Because now we can just know where to run both the mice. I shouldn't have done that now. I missed out on a point of damage. No, that was fine. Because now I can still sack the other Hopeless Nightmare. Now what I did was right. Okay. You remove opponent. Witchstalker's Frenzy? Oh, that's fine. I wasn't going to block anyway, so. Hopeless Nightmare is lethal. This 10-8 big enough is lethal. Thundertrap Trainer's probably good enough. I guess any non-creature spell would have been lethal. I should have just grabbed one of those. I forgot this was dealing 1 point of damage. Let's play this for 2. I wonder if we need to stick just another Thundertrap Trainer here. Thundertrap Trainer has been pretty darn good every time we've drawn it. It is. It's incredible late game. It's also just good in the early game of finding us anything that we really want. All the cards we want are non-creatures. Thank you for the follow cap. Appreciate it. Sorry, I missed it a little bit ago. I figure out why my follows and stuff aren't giving me audible notifications anymore. Same. Big fan of things you can play early and late. Like, and have them not be bad. Oh, our Tarnation Vista's back. I don't think we can keep this hand. This hand's pretty bad. Oh, this hand's fine. Probably just throw the end back, actually. Deck's been a lot of fun. Deck's been really sweet. Probably better for us to be able to cast a Nowhere to Run on turn 2 than to play a Storm Chaser's Talon on 1. It was bad if they have exactly Shard Major Rescue. Yeah, it does. Like it, which is good because we're kind of short on mana this game. So another Manifold Mouse. Another land is good. Suppose now we just pick the Nowhere to Run up and hold it up. So, like, next turn, even if we don't draw a land, we can play Storm Chaser's Talent and be able to tap for 3 to play a Prophetic Prism or to, like, bounce a thing and recast, which is cute. I think this might be a deck where the Vista is actually pretty decent. I don't think we can play more than one. Maybe we can play two. It is also just a tri-land, so it enters play tap, but we can pick whatever color we're missing, which is nice. I'm okay with trading Pixie for this if they don't have a spell. That's a weird time to cast Monster's Rage. Opponent didn't respect that we were actually going to kill the thing. So we can play Storm Chaser's Talent, Prophetic Prism, and Hopeless Nightmare this turn. Go Tarnation Vista. Oh yeah, Prophetic Prism's the nuts in this deck. It's so good. Fixes our mana. Otter down. Tarnation Vista coming in clutch here. I love everything this deck is doing. This is everything I want to be doing in Standard. So we have 5 mana this turn available to us. They don't have a creature land, so it's probably worth it for us to just make our 5. Draw a card first. We can Pixie back the Nowhere to Run and just shoot down a mouse. Or we could just do that. Let's just do that. Do miss it on 2 points of damage because we drew that, but that's okay. Probably should have attacked first because it... Okay, we should have attacked first. We would have hit the extra 2 points of damage because I knew we weren't going to attack with anything else. So that was a small mistake as well. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, it is basically just an Esper toolbox deck. My cats also. We have 3 cats, and they like to jump around on the desk sometimes. One of them actually shut my computer down the other day. It was a good time. The white one. She jumped behind my computer, hit the button right as I quit my stream. Yeah.
Really?
Luckily, I just stopped.
Wow.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you're enjoying the stream. It seems reasonable. Got a couple prisms. And this town. Thank you as well for the follow. Hope you're having a good night. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. So you've been in here a lot. I'm kind of surprised you aren't following. Sounds good. Let's do it. Well, thank you, everyone. We'll just throw this down on blue. The Emberheart Challenger is here. Suppose we just Storm Chaser's talent and Pixie it? No, we're probably just supposed to Hopeless Nightmare. Hopeless Nightmare Storm Chaser's talent. Yeah. I think we're going to Temp Lock down next turn, probably.
Man. Step up. Please.
Oof. I hope we don't have a land for that Screaming Nemesis. Wow. Just gonna shoot my poor otter. Didn't even do anything. Not the best temp lockdown in the world, but I do think it is one we have to cast. Yield Hired Claw. Prophetic Prism. We can't hold up Scroll Shift. We also could just bounce our thing and replay it. We get to tag a card out of their hand if we do that. I think I like that the best. Not great. Game 1 is really, really hard. Game 2 and 3 is much better. We'll also get to unlock 3 mana here, which is cute. Not that it matters, but... Go ahead, opponent. We did beat Oculus on this run, though. Not that that means the matchup's good, but we did play against it and beat it on this run. That was a really good pickup. Opponent knows the game is over. Getting closer. We've had a lot of success in the metagame challenge this week. We've only had one where we finished 1-1. The rest of our finishes have all been 4 or 5+ wins. 1-7-0. I think this hand's fine. It's not, like, great, but I think it is okay. So it's probably just the Azorius Artifacts deck. Okay. The Regal Bunnicorn. Hello. We could attack. They won't block, but I think we just pass. It's the hardest I've ever played. The deck's got a lot going on. I'm not gonna say it is the easiest deck in the world to play. It has got a lot of things you can be doing. Probably just bounce the Hopeless Nightmare. Yeah, there's a lot of real like small lines that give you a lot of things. I do. I love decks that just have real small interaction points that you have to decide if they're correct or not over and over and over again. It is by far my favorite way to play Magic. This is a good point to just temp lock down. We have a Scroll Shift to rebuy. Next turn we can like Hopeless Nightmare and rebuy. Yes, but I don't like playing control decks all the time. That gets boring to me. Like my favorite decks have always been like small little creature combo decks or things like this that dink around really well. That's a very aggressive Mirrex token. Why didn't it? Oh, I guess they don't want us to hit it with the thing, but let's go ahead and just temp lock down. We'll just shift to temp lock down now. I want the exercise. This matchup I feel like is pretty good for us. Tithing Blade seems kind of bad. I don't mind the end. They probably are playing Steel Seraph. Oh, maybe I want the Tithing Blade because they're probably playing Steel Seraph. We can kill it with nowhere to run, I guess. Yeah, I probably don't need that. Do we want the 2 Get Lost? Probably. Try on a Prophetic Prism into this town ain't big enough. Yeah. Seems good. Temp lock down real good in this matchup. This hand's fine. Wishclaw Talisman allows us to go find temp lock down. Starting to wonder if we do just want a second Wishclaw Talisman in the main. The Wishclaws have been pretty good most of the time. I think 1 might be just the correct number, but I really like the Wishclaws. Oh, they mulligan to 3? That's rough. Probably, like, mulligan to 3 kept Woolleaf Liege and 2 land in a case of the Flinch Falcon? No. Alright, can we get the 7-0 with our pile of cards? The Tarnation Pistol was really good for us game 1, actually. I'm liking it. Confirm best card in the deck, not close. The baby Nykthos. Yep. Then we get the 4th mana because we make red goblins. Then we start boarding in like nothing we can board in. It'd be cool to get us a random green permanent, like Obstinate Baloth for the mirrors. Be kind of funny. Terrible, but funny. I have seen people putting Obstinate Baloth in their board of decks that cannot cast it, and I don't think that is a good idea. That's such a bad idea. Or an Elegant Parlor. What if this is just like the white tokens? Oh, no, it's not. Mardu. Ooh. What are you doing, opponent? Spicy Mardu cards, huh? I like Mardu cards. Ooh, main deck Destroy Evil. Savage. I'm glad I have another Tithing Blade. Let's play Tithing Blade and pick it up with the Pixie. Tithing Blade coming in clutch here. Rude. I don't have a lot of damage here, but this is what we have. Storm Chaser Talent was a great draw. Nothing to pick up with it, unfortunately, but it's still just another random threat. I mean, we're probably just upping the Storm Chaser's talent anyway here. Of course, now to draw this down ain't big enough. I think I'm okay with just bouncing here. Bounce these two. Blot out, huh? Alright, I lose my Pixie. Put another threat into play. Opponent is on mono removal spells. Opponent's name. Yawgmoth Skrill. That is a sick name. I didn't even read it first. That is a Archfiend of the Dross. It's fine with me. Let's go ahead and Tithing Blade. Prophetic Prism was a good draw. We're probably just supposed to pick up this town big enough here, right? No, we're supposed to do this. This is better. We can pick up this town and play it next turn, so we don't have to pick it up now. Or we can just pick up Pixie and just go nuts, I guess. Ah. Ah. Gross. The auto tapper. So we're playing these Mardu cards. I'm assuming Nowhere to Run is not particularly strong against them. Didn't look like. Get Lost seems good and Exercise seems good. Probably gonna trim on one of these. Bandit's Talent seemed fine. Wish Claw is probably fine. Trim a couple of these. Tithing Blade, Wish Claws. Trim on a Prophetic Prism or two. Probably gonna trim on down to 2 lockdowns. We've got Wish Claws that can find them for us. No, they don't. They don't mix well. Auto Tapper likes to get you. The Auto Tapper will get you. This deck's also, you gotta be really careful, because that Auto Tapper will get you real good at this deck. Maybe we should have kept in. I'm wondering if they're on, like, Cruel Claws. It does. There's a lot going on in Magic. It's hard to make an auto tapper that's going to work perfectly every time. So many different things have been going on. Although I do feel like the algorithm on it's a little rough. Pull of Vigorous Growth. I'm not sure what that one does. Discard a card, create a token that's a copy of a random creature made legs. Oh, okay. So it's the Momir emblem. Sounds fine. I'm not, like, thrilled about it, but... I mean, definitely what we want is, like, a Terminal Hopeless Nightmare, but... Just Prophetic Prism is probably reasonable enough for us. It's a thing to play around with. Get some card advantage going. Oh, hello, Thundertrap Trainer. You're a good Magic card. The Preacher of the Schism. I would like to kill that. Do I want to bounce my Prophetic Prism? I think that's fine. They mulligan. I don't really want to give them a chance to get up on cards. Oh, they're playing Archangel of Wrath, too. Interesting. Oh, that was a good draw. Let's go ahead and attack for 2 and see what opponent has before we show him anything.
I'm gonna make a hanging thing. Fuck.
I like that. Get lost. Okay. Critter down. Let's go ahead and Prism. I'd like to attack for 1. Like to explore. Storm Chaser's talent. Just gonna hold up this town big enough. Duress me. Alright, you got it. We don't have a lot going on. I don't care if they explore once, that's fine. Hopeless Nightmare was a good draw. Attack for 4. Oh, man. I didn't see that I tapped my Prophetic Prism. That's stupid. I wanted to play my Thunder Trap Trainer here. Nurturing Pixie's fine. That's aggressive. That's like real aggressive, isn't it? Attack for 7. Shoot a 6. Or 7 total, I guess. We only attack for 5. I feel like they were supposed to kill one of our otters there. Bounce 1. Bounce Hopeless Nightmare. This is true. Yeah, the Pixies deck just does so many things really well. Like, we didn't even do our thing this game, and it just doesn't matter. We just ottered them to death. This deck definitely has something going on with it that's good. Like, this deck is very powerful. I think overall we're 5, 9, 16, and 3. No, 16 and 2 with it so far. We could play Spyglass Siren as well. I don't know how many we'd want to play. I do like Spyglass Siren. Well, second 7-0. I definitely like swapping out the creature lands here. So let's get Restless Anchorage in here. What else do I want to try in here? Thank you. We've been having a lot of luck with this. The deck plays really, really well. Do I want another Thunder Trap Trainer? Or do I want another, like, Wishclaw's Talisman? Not good in the aggro matchups. I don't think that matters that much. We can probably trim one of the Prophetic Prisms. We don't really need a full set of them, I don't think. The more I've been playing with it, like, having one is nice, but it's just another permanent that's decent with the scroll shifts and things. Or not scroll shift, but with temp lockdown. But Wishclaw Talisman fills that same thing. It just allows us to get ahead. We could try a Authority of the Councils on the board if we want to. I like having to get lost and exercise. I think those are very reasonable. I want to try get out instead of one of these negates, I think. Do we need 3 Bezas is the other question, or should we have a second Overlord for matchups where temporary lockdown's really bad? Beza's just such a beating against the red decks that I feel like having it for sure on turn 4 almost every game is worth it. Nahiri's Resolve? What does that card do? I won't be able to cast that, though, unfortunately. Unless we have a Prism into play. Yeah, we'd have to have a Prism, though. I don't like playing cards in my deck that I have to have, like, another card to be able to cast. I mean, technically we could put Tarnation Vista into play on red. Also, I don't know exile any number of non-token artifacts and or creatures for those. I don't think it does enough for us, because it doesn't exile our enchantments. It's not like we can use it as a continual bounce for temporary lockdown. I think I like those small changes. Let's take it through another one. We probably don't need the 3rd Wishclaw Talisman on the board, though, right? Now that we have 2 in the main. I don't think there's ever going to be a time where we're going to want 3 of these things in our deck. Maybe that should just be the other Overlord. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe that card is just really good and we should be playing 4 of them, or 3 of them, or 4 of them even. 4 is probably way too many. Ah, the no-lander in our 25-land deck. I love it. I'm going to do the thing we shouldn't do, and I'm going to throw land on the bottom of our deck. Actually, probably just throw the Attic Our Waste down. Start on Nightmare. I think it's better on average starting on the Nightmare and ripping the hand apart than it is to try to get otters into play, especially with a Restless Anchorage at their start. And there's a Sunfall. Got blue-white control, maybe? I'd like to take cards out of your hand, control opponent. As many as I possibly can. The Horned Lochthwale. Blue Overlord? Okay, okay. Interesting. Just on a Zur deck with Restless Anchorage, I guess? Hushwood Verge is interesting. We've got them for 6 points of damage with the Hopeless Nightmare. I'll get in for 2 with the Pixie here. That's a lot. I mean, in the domain list that I've been playing, I'm not playing any Blue Overlords anymore. I think the card's good enough. I think it's just too awkward in the matchups that you are already behind in, and it doesn't really help that much in the matchups you're, like, good in. Like, it's not bad in, like, the domain mirrors and stuff, but it's not the card I want to be drawing either. I just want to... I wish I could just play 8 copies of the Green Overlord. So I'm just playing, like, 2 Heap Harvests instead. Because a lot of the mirrors are just decided by who can get just that little bit of mana advantage. We're a little behind the 8 ball on spells now, unfortunately. It's like they probably have a Leyline Binding. No, they can't cast Leyline Binding. Oh, they just have Animate Restless Anchorage as their play. Doesn't matter which one of these lands we play, it's about the same. Is it Sunfall time? It is Green Overlord time. I put a stop deck. I wanted to stop. Apparently I didn't put it in fast enough. Pass. As long as they don't zero us, we're in a decent spot. I don't think they were supposed to play that second Beanstalk. They would have had blockers for all of our creatures if they didn't. Because we could potentially have 3 lethal attackers, depending on what we find out this Hopeless Nightmare. Neither of those do it. Damn it. I'm going to attack with the 2 flyers and hope they don't have a lockdown. Or hope they don't have not a lockdown, but a Leyline Binding or get lost. That sucks. Super unfortunate. Yeah, the lockdown's real bad in this matchup. This is one of those matchups where we're going to try to side down to 1 lockdown. Hopeless Nightmare off the top. Let's go. Wishclaw Talisman's also lethal, because I can go find his Hopeless Nightmare. That's unfortunate. Alright, so we don't want the lockdowns. Don't want the nowhere to runs. Get lost, exercise, overlords. Probably want those. All of those cards seem good. Probably don't need the... one Tithing Blade's probably fine, right? What do you do? I think Zur is probably the worst matchup. Zur, and then, like, the... This is the first time I played against Zur, actually. I think the next worst matchup is probably the Helpful Hand Oculus deck. Blue-White Oculus deck. Sounds fine. Yeah, she's hiding back there, doing some crafting. Crafting away. It's Nightmare him again. They ditch Sunfall first. Playing Botanical Sanctum, too? That's so strange to me. I'll attack for 2. They've kind of an interesting mana base going for them. I guess that's fair. Probably don't want the full set, though, right? We did keep 1 into Wishclaw 4. I feel like 1 to Wishclaw 4 is, like, definitely correct. I wonder if I want 2, maybe. I did keep 1 in, though, for sure. I'll attack for 5. Overlord. Do you have a Day of Judgment? Oh, the temp lockdown. Rude. Go ahead. We have a scroll shift plus negate here. We should be fine for lethal here. Well, we don't have lethal through that. That's okay. I guess we probably should have scroll shifted in response, see if we drew the Get Out. If the next card's Get Out, I'm gonna be real upset. Hopeless Nightmare. That's not quite lethal either. Oh, well, that's lethal. I think I like this. I think 1 lockdown is right, so we can Wishclaw for it when we want it. I don't think we want 2. I think it's too awkward more often than not. I think I like everything else we have here. Could cut like 1 this town ain't big enough if we wanted to. If we feel like the temp lockdown is better than the 4th this town ain't big enough. Which it might be. But fine. I think I'm good with rolling it this way for one more game. Well, this hand's not good enough. This hand's fine. Not really happy we have a Tithing Blade in our opening hand, but... Ah, that their Tarnation Vista. I was going to interplay tapped regardless all the time. So I was going to play here for a blue. Means one of our Concealed Courtyards is going to interplay tapped, but I think that's fine. Either way, we're going to have a tap land on turn 5. Yeah, the mana in this deck is not great. I'm not really sure what we can do about it, though, to be honest with you. The mana is rough. Probably want to cut a couple speed lands, maybe for some basics. I think we can afford to play more basics in this deck than, like, the normals Pixie list can. That's not great. Elspeth Smite. Alright, you got it. I suppose we are sacking our Hopeless Nightmare on end step to try to find some action. Really need to find like a Wishclaw's Talisman and start moving things around. Scroll Shift or something would be good. We just need to find something and try to get some card advantage. Is it Zur time? That's blue Overlord time. That's not great. Let's see what we can find. That's fine. Double Storm Chaser's talent. This game is not about Storm Chaser's talents, I don't think. Unfortunately. Alright, what else can we find here? Scroll Shift is probably better than a random draw. Oh, wait, don't go back there too far. That's how you turned the computer off last time. Kitty, kitty, come here. Yeah, hopefully we stay away with our appearances. If the computer randomly turns off, there's a cat behind my computer, so it could happen. Well, this is what we have to do. We have to try to just end the game through the air, I think. Hope they don't have anything. We take 15 minimum. If we find a Hopeless Nightmare, we can win. We can no longer win if we find a Hopeless Nightmare. And if they have a non-creature spell at the top of their deck, they win. Or a non-land card, I mean. Alright, so we just die here. Right, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I guess it's 19. Not quite dead, but basically dead. Get Out does not do anything for us here, unfortunately. Alright, we have died. I actually don't even know if this matchup's that bad for us. Yeah, we were very dead there. Okay, we're gonna button up for one more run. Yeah, I think so. So we probably need to keep 2 in, at least. Maybe even keep 3 in. We definitely want to cut on, or shave on 1, maybe 2. We got 1 Bandit's Talent in the board right now. We could play more. I like Bandit's Talent a lot. You're just having a long cat time.
That's my yarn.
Are you watching something?
Yeah.
Oh. That sounds good. I think we play more than 1. Might be able to play more than 1. Because it is, like, in the matchups where it's good, it's going to be really, really good. Could play 2, maybe, on the board. And those, like, in those matchups, the matchups that are bad, we just want to attack their hand really aggressively. So probably the Pixies deck. Could just be the blue-black version. Ah! I need to pay attention to what is going on. That damn auto tapper. Luckily, we have cards that are bad in our hand. Let's get rid of one of our tap lands. Storm Chaser's Talent. Rip another card out of opponent's hand. Get a Prophetic Prism going. Let's go ahead and talent. We have the advantage, which is pretty big in the pseudo mirror here. It might be. I do like Entity Tracker. The card's like very powerful. I don't think I can let this go through in case they have a Kaito. Wonder if it is better for us to have Entity Tracker than like a Kaito if we wanted to have one of the two. Yeah, that's fair. I do like the tracker quite a bit. I don't think we're casting this town ain't big enough right now. Scroll shift. Think about it just passing. Don't want them to put a Kaito into play. We did play the Oculus matchup in our 7-0, and it was not great. We did beat it, but the matchup was not great. We're not discarding the Storm Chaser's talent, so I think we're supposed to scroll shift our Prophetic Prism. Okay. Ooh, Wishclaw Talisman. That's a good one. Go ahead. Don't mind that Wishclaw Talisman opponent. It's not going to do anything. Nothing at all. Here comes the Kaito we've been trying to prevent coming into play for an eternity. We get a Wishclaw. I don't think we want a Wishclaw for like 10 block down right now. I think we're supposed to pick up. Probably this town ain't big enough. That was dumb. Yeah, if it was an untapped land, that's what I would have liked to have done, but it wasn't an untapped land. I think I just punted this turn real bad. Played too much Magic today. I'm starting to make just dumb errors. Now they can just pick up their Hopeless Nightmare, and then I'm forced to cast this town ain't big enough now. I really don't want to do.
Did you go?
I guess, no, this is fine. So, I can this town ain't big enough back the Prophetic Prism and the Storm Chaser's talent. Never such a thing. It's too much magic. My brain says otherwise sometimes. Once I hit like the 5 to 6 hour mark of playing a deck in a row, I start making little small errors again. Just a pass? What does that mean? Wishclaw? They get this town ain't big enough for their own stuff here. They have a get out. Okay, creature or enchantment spell. Okay, that's fine. Pass. This Kaito is being a pain in my ass. As Kaito be. I was just kind of hoping we'd draw a temp lockdown off the top. Oh, they have a reef too. We're super dead here. There's nothing we can do to try to save ourselves. Even if we temp lockdown, it doesn't matter. Oh, that Kaito beat us up. Oh, man, I hit the wrong button. Meant to hit concede. I hit the X. That's right, I should probably restart arena anyway. Been drafting a landfall deck. With interaction. Landfall's a neat mechanic. I like landfall a lot. Playing like Felidar Retreat, or what kind of landfall card you playing? I definitely want to get lost. I'm gonna have cleaner answers to. I hate this MTG or this arena glitch so much. Well, I guess we're running it back. You should. That's right. It's just 2,000 gold. It's not that big of a deal. You know, all these cards are pretty awful in this matchup. I'd rather know where to run the Fear of Isolation if they have one here. Thundertrap Trainer. Let's kill the real creature. My poor critter. Goodbye, Pixie. Hopeless Nightmare's good pickup. Play Hopeless Nightmare and Wishclaw Talisman here. Make sure we get our double white into play. That get out from opponent last game was clutch. I wonder if they're on like the full 4 get out. I know there's some lists that were playing a bunch of the get outs. The Silex, huh? Oh, that wasn't a bad draw. What's Wishcock Talisman? I don't want them to Hopeless Nightmare me and make me lose my list time ain't big enough, so we're just going to hold the land for now. Yeah, they pick up this town ain't big enough. They hold that double blue for their get out still. Pretty much, yeah. That's the plan. It works, though. It may be a poor man's Yorion, but it does get the job done. Man, I really would like to draw something that's not a land. I really don't want to just try to, like, push our temp block down now. So if we do it now, the other problem is they have Thundertrap Trainer to get back too. I think we are supposed to do it now though. We need to kill the Thundertrap Trainer here. triggers resolve. Found a negate. Okay. I'd like the Wishclaw Talisman. Actually, I'm going to cast this, and with the trigger on the stack, I'll Wishclaw Talisman. To know if we need to go get another one. Get out. Sure. Go ahead. That sucks. Oh, the old Tarnation Vista. I don't know if we're ever going to beat the deck that's playing a bunch of get-outs and negates. Pretty good against us. Alright, we did get a 7-0 with it today. 7-0, 4-1, and were those two 1-0-1s in a row?